Okay, folks, we're going to try a little bit of a different angle this time because, well, I had to change this mount. And we have a whole mess of lights out here that are on. I don't like leaving lights on in a room where I'm not in them. It's distracting. Okay, so a little bit of a later start than I would have liked this morning, but I woke up later. That means I get to stay on here longer, right? I mean, using logic. Let's clean up our area, as always. As always. You don't go anywhere. There's a special place for you, and it's right there. This pair of tweezers I'm always looking for. Like, those don't need to go anywhere. If we're using any pair of tweezers, it's this one. It's a rare event that I'm using something different. I decided not to buy that pale sand. I actually didn't go anywhere yesterday. Pretty much stayed here. Pretty much stayed here. This is the other hatch. Well, I have a mold for it. There's no reason I can't just put this hatch on here. I actually didn't like the way these tanks looked. You start working on something that has a lot of detail, and then when you go to something that doesn't have as much detail, you're like, ooh, this looks like trash. But I think I've gotten it out of my system. Good morning, Ben. So, before I filmed that video yesterday, that live video, I responded to your comment. I responded to your comment about the markings thing. And my response was, well, I re-put it this morning because it wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't. I didn't know why it didn't show for me. I don't know. Maybe because I used hell in it. Well, it is, the name of the game is called Gates of Hell Ostfront. I didn't name it. I was thinking, what? Now we can't use stupid? I didn't even call anybody stupid. I'm all for cursing. You don't need to call people names, right? But if somebody, oh, well, you can't curse anymore. Well, I don't want to be alive anymore because there's just some times where you stub your toe and something needs to be said, right? But, calling somebody this and a that, okay. Well, they shouldn't be that way. I don't know why I didn't post, man. It was really frustrating. I'm like, especially when you're typing on your phone because, I'm fat-fingered and I make mistakes. I have to go and correct everything. And then I'm like, I miswrote this. I mistyped this. I don't miswrite stuff. I missay things. Anyhow, I have different mistakes. Anyhow, yeah, I fired that up the previous night and was like, oh, let's get a couple Panzerjägers. One of them was called 276, one was called 726. I'm like, you freaking dorks. Dipshits that don't know anything about numbering. Get out of here, I'd played that game in like 2 years. The numbering system on the half track was, I'm wondering why they were in yellow though. If that's a 1942 game, why are all the German things in yellow? Or maybe just those. There were some things in 1942 that were a different yellow than Dunkelgelb. But no, they use numbering systems. They use twos, they use threes. That's why I haven't done my German half tracks. I'm kind of an impasse about what looks good. It's like, it seems like no matter what I do, it just doesn't look right to me, But yeah, they use the same numbering system, sometimes even 4. But depending on how many companies there are. One thing the game does do right is the numbers are sequential, and it's battalion scale, so other platoons had different numbers. Oh. I fired up some game the other day. I forget what it was. I was looking at it and I'm like, there's no way I could play this again. I'm not a retro gamer. You click the wrong button and it loaded with the later paint scheme. Oh, okay. I'm not a retro gamer, so I'm not like, oh, I have this nostalgia about playing something from the Commodore 64. Nah, fuck you. We're not playing that. You know, I wanted a Commodore 64 back in the 80s. My dad's like, oh, it's just for playing games. You can't get one. So I didn't get one, you know, because I was going to say independently wealthy. No, but I was not in charge of my own income. So now I don't want to play that shit looking stuff, you know? Like, it doesn't have to be like super graphics, but it doesn't need to like make my head hurt. Armored Commander looks bad enough as it is. And I honestly, Armored Commander, the best improvement on Armored Commander is just change the font. Because it has that old style, almost like Apple computer. What was that first Apple computer that came out? It has that type of font. I can't stand that. I don't mind that the graphics are kind of not there. But that font is just makes my head hurt. Whatever it's called. ASCII? No. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. That's the biggest problem I would have with something like that. All right, I've got too much crappage here. Hey, studio, welcome back. Well, I'm glad my microphone survived the tumble. It's always something. Just a lot going on, man. And I will tell you one thing. There's a couple things, and it's getting worse as I get older. There's a couple things that really frazzle me. And that's when I get interrupted, you know, and, you know, I'm not on drugs like the rest of you guys to keep me calm, you know. I got to deal with a bunch of people that do drugs. So, you know. And what's the other thing? I don't know. And especially I'm not expecting it on a weekend, you know. You got to deal with the bullshit on a work day. But on a weekend, man, everything should be smooth sailing. So I had that camera, and it turned out fine, okay? Because the camera would have looked farther away, but I would have been able to move it to different places, okay? And then I have to worry about the video being backwards, which I have no way to fix. I don't know how to fix that. I don't want to know how to fix that. I don't want to spend 4 hours trying to figure it out, and maybe or maybe not. I don't film enough with the camera. And the resolution would have been dumbed down. So it worked out okay. You know. But yeah, I was like all ready to go. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't write down like the skills of the people. So I'm doing that instead of starting the video. And then when I go and get ready to start the video, there was an error doing it. Like all that shit, loading up the thumbnail, putting in the description, all that's out the window. Like I'm not expecting that on a weekend. I'm not expecting those kind of problems. So, we have a Matilda, which is extremely, did I mention it was extremely difficult to find a picture of a Matilda, not encounter paint scheme. I had no idea. You know, this is not Australian, okay? The Australian ones are just, they're green. And all the other ones are counter. Or they're in Britain. Like, okay, we don't care about the British ones. Yes, they look cool with the two tones of green, but they didn't do any fighting there. You know, the Irish didn't decide to do an uprising at that time. So they didn't have to go send the Matildas after them. But yeah, this is, so we're doing the black lining on this one. The only picture I could find of it is that one from Gazelle 3. So apparently it's not a lucky name. When you have to rename the third, A third tank, the same thing. There's probably a name with the name. Don't. There's probably a problem with the name. Don't name one of the slowest tanks ever Gazelle. Okay, and I like Matildas, and they're cute, but it's not a Gazelle. Dreadnought, maybe. Some of those other names, okay, sure. So I think what I'm going to do is we are going to put some stripes here on the front. This will be a Tobruk one, which I really didn't want it to be a Tobruk one, but it is. 7th Royal Tank Regiment, Type 1. Those seem to be all there, and they all have a name that starts with G. So I'm going to make up my own name that starts with G that is appropriate with the other names, and that's what we're going to name it. And then we'll pick a tank number that's, a couple digits off Gazelle. And if somebody wants to be a nerd burglar and find out that I've got the wrong tank number, well, I do have the wrong tank number, but I'm going to put one on there. So anyhow, that's how we're going to proceed with this one. Okay. As a matter of fact, while we're talking about that, let's look through the other G names that they have. And a lot of these, there's probably pictures of them, and they're encounters. So I don't want to use any of these other pictures, any of these other names, because, who knows what they are. All are. There we go. Okay. So, and there is some of these ugly Scottish names. What? What are you going to get Scottish? I have nothing against Scottish, but there's some names in your language that are just ugly to look at. Gairloch. Gairloch. Garlock. That's just not pretty to look at. Galashiels. What the fuck is that? I don't want to look at that thing. There's a Galahad. There's a Galahad 2. Okay. There's a Gallant 2. Gamble. Gamecock. Gamelin. Gangsta. Gaul, as in Charles de Gaulle. That's how it's spelled. Gazelle 3. Gurkha is actually one of the few crusaders that there's a name available for him. It's just alphabetical, so it's stuck in there. Giggle. There's one named Giggle. I put that on there, and it just looks like it's too, not believable. There's Giraffe 3, so that's apparently neat. Don't pick a short tank and call it Giraffe. Okay, what else do we got? Gervin Gitania. Gladiator. T-E-U-R. Man, that is at the limit of what I can see. What else do we got? Glenorchy. Glenorchy. Glenbrook. Go to it. Godalming. What kind of a name is Godalming? Godalming. Godiva. Oh, it's a chocolate tank. Golden Miller. Have you seen the chaps that ride in Golden Miller? Some things I just cannot say without being overly jingoistically pompous. Golondier. Granite. Oh man, they got a hard on for the G, don't they? Grimsby. Bring me some tea. Grouse. Grumble. Gulliver. Gypsy. There you go. Whew, Yamata. Okay, so all of those either have counter, like for instance, Grimsby, there's a counter scheme for it. So I found Gazelle 3 has no counter scheme, but I don't want to do a real tank. I want it to be, inspired by other ones. So I'm probably going to name this one either Gorgon or Griffin or something like that, something mythological. Gorgon seems like a good one. So, I think that's what we're going to do. Why were they G names? I don't know. So normally it would be the, what it normally happens is it's like A squadron, B squadron, C squadron, D squadron, whatever, and it would all the A's would have A's, you know. So like there's an A squadron of like early in the war, in the desert. They have some A9s or A10s or A13s. I forget which one it is, and they got like Amy, Archer, this kind of stuff with the A's, and then the other ones would be B. That I don't know why they just jumped to G. I have no idea. Galashiels is a town near the border. It's on the English side, if I remember correctly. It's a silly looking name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're from there. I'm sure there's pretty girls there. It just looks silly. You know, I live in a town that has a stupid name too. Okay, so, you know, they do this thing in America. I don't know if they do it in other places, but you know, they come over here and they conquer the land from the natives, and then they ship the natives away, and then they feel bad about it. You know, hundreds of years later, go, you know what? We should fucking name things after the people that were here, and then the people that were here are the only ones that could pronounce it. So you know, they do that shit here. You know, there's some silly ass names here in America. There's some silly ass names places in Australia too. Studio, did they I'm sure there was native names in Malaysia. And then the English came over and renamed things. Did they rename those any of those towns back, or did they keep their original names? I don't know about Malaysia. I honestly thought that was a new concept. Like I came across it, and it wasn't that long ago. It might have been 10 years ago. And I'm like, what are all these towns these people in India are from? Like, I've never heard of these towns. And they're like, oh, they went back to the native names. I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't know what the hell is, you know, it's Calcutta to me, you know? Madras and, well, here we go. It's a long explanation. I'm fine with them being native names, just don't change them, you know, like somehow changing the name makes everything better. And they do that in Mexico. In Mexico, they have these names, and they stayed in Spanish, and they actually weren't native, and they went to Spanish names, and they went back to native. They just stayed in the Spanish name, but they like added, you know, of these long like adjectives behind them, you know, that are like ridiculous to explain, you know, of the, you know, instead of Veracruz, it's Veracruz of the glorious victory. I'm like, and now it's like, what the fuck? It's always been Veracruz. Like, why are you gonna change this? When English came, they established a lot of British names, but yes, the locals have changed it back. But did I know? I didn't. You're about to tell me. I'm better than most people in America. I know where Malaysia is. And you guys got to do about something about that Brunei or whatever that's in between your country. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you know, like go over here to the corner. Like, listen, we're trying to have a country here. Like, we already have to share this island with somebody else. And now you come in here and just, you know, put your little trade stand in between freaking Malaysia. What's wrong with you? Or he's an emir. Well, freaking go somewhere else, man. Want to guess what LBJ? There is a kampung LBJ here. Want to guess what LBJ is? It doesn't stand for the Johnson, does it? Kampung LBJ here. Kampung means village. Okay. I assume it's kampung and not kampung. Really? Lyndon Baines Johnson? There's a Lyndon Baines Johnson village in... What? See, this is... Okay. Maybe this is why white people sometimes don't let the natives name their own villages. Look, there's lots of white named places that are just... And when I mean by white, I mean Anglo. I don't like using the color thing. We're different. We're all different tribes. There's one race, and that's the human race. You know? Races are for like What race do you want to play? Human, elf, dwarf, right? Not. I want to be brown. Sorry, it's not a race, man. That's just a your pigmentation, dude. You know. Google it. Really? Wow, there's some crazy named places, and they're not all in Wales. Lyndon Baines Johnson. I guess he went over there. Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur sounds like, and I don't mean any offense by this, it sounds like a dish. I'd like a more helping of the Kuala Lumpur. The Lumpur part sounds like a dish. Yeah, what's that Brunei guy just putting up a popsicle stand in the middle of your country? He visited the village and then they named it after him. LBJ Malaysia. Or is it spelled out? Kampung Felda LBJ. So here's one of these things. This reminds me of something that really annoys me about people from other places. What am I going to say? Just wait. I think it is. Lumpur means mud. Yum. Well, Kuala Lumpur. Is it mean like girls mud wrestling? Because, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of girls. Lumpur. And Lumpur does look like it would mean kind of mud. Yeah. Anyhow, what was I going to say? Oh, there's a lot of really I think, potentially interesting things in stories from other cultures. And it is a crying shame that they would make a movie like Ran, okay? The Japanese epic. And then, instead of it being some samurai story, from the East, it is King Lear. Like, look, Shakespeare doesn't have to pop his little Anglo head everywhere. Okay, like let's talk about some of the native myths and stuff like that. That some of the local myths, like, oh no, we got to make it like King Lear so people can relate. I'm like, that's stupid. That's stupid. Okay, let's paint this hatch. Let's paint this hatch while it's on it. Yeah, let's paint this hatch. Well, let me get some of the underneath part because that's kind of hard to reach sometimes. It's an opportunity to learn about other cultures. Like, why not? You know. LBJ Village. I always thought he looked like a president. Like, if there's anybody that looks like an American president, it's him. I don't know a whole lot about him, but LBJ looked presidential. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Okay, I'm just going to paint the whole underside. We don't have to worry. I'm going to go a little bit over the... F it. Let's just do the whole thing. I'm really opinionated about some things, but some things I just don't care about. Oh, you want to just paint the whole? Yeah, let's just paint the whole thing. Okay, cool. We'll let this dry. I don't know how long that's going to take, but we need to get that start happening. We need to get that to start happening. And the British talked you guys into driving on the wrong side, didn't they? Those rat bastards. That's my hill. Everybody has a hill that they're going to die on. That one's mine. Driving on the wrong side of the road. The hell's wrong with you people? And shifting on the wrong side too. Like, I'm not shifting with my left hand. That's weird. Even the French figured it out. All right. I would like to see these snow guys completely done because I got snow plans. I got snow plans. All right, we got a little desert rat here. I think this will be okay. I mean, I'm not going to mistreat him as much as I'm doing right now, but, I think we'll probably paint up okay. I don't want to paint lots of these guys, but I wouldn't mind having, some of them. All right. To mix in with the other ones. Plastic Soldier Company. I like their stuff, but their figures are weird. And it's because they have multiple sculptors. And I like all their stuff. I mean, I got some of their stuff right here. Got them this tiny. Really, really small tank. There's 3 guys in that turret. They're getting along really well. But the Plastic Soldier British, I don't care for them. Again, they're sitting, they got the hat on the top of their head like this. Like, it's like, dude, it like sits in your head, So, stupid comment here. Something I found out recently. I didn't realize for bolt action. What's for bolt action? You have them? You have some for bolt action? The Plastic Soldier Company some of their Americans actually look okay. Those Marines, I like how those Marines look. We got to do a ton of this, a ton of this stuff right here, and we might as well get this chap going. Where's my pennies? Let's use super glue, but let's use 1 dot. What's your most popular selling line out there? Is it Games Workshop stuff? Or is it a lot of Games Workshop things that are like, we don't want to use, we like Games Workshop products, but we don't like their games because, they're changing the mind all the time, not supporting games. So we'll buy their miniatures, but we'll play something else. Or what's big over there? All right, we're going to take this chap. As a matter of fact, the picture of Gazelle that I have has a guy with long sleeves in it in the desert. So this is him, except it's not going to be Gazelle. You've been painting some Essex Peltasts. If you thought the 15mm ones were characterful, The 28 millimeter have less weird poses and have twice that special Essex Minis charm. So here's the problem I have with Essex miniatures, and it's not a lot. I don't like the army packs where they're like, you're going to paint this guy, and you're going to paint this guy, and you're going to paint this guy because they don't sell that well. Even though we make other figures, we're not going to give you the variety of these guys. You just have to suck it. I don't like that. I don't like that the figures that they have painted online actually don't do them justice. I actually think they make them look worse than they are. But it is, one thing about Essex is it's kind of an open palette. Like, there's not a lot of detail for you to paint on there, to add paint to, but you can create your own. So it's kind of like a blank canvas. So I don't dislike them at all. And the other thing is sometimes they have, or at least the ones I've encountered, have a very soft metal. Okay. Other than that, I don't have a problem with Essex miniatures. They have similar faces, but their face is pretty good. The face features paint pretty well. They make lots of different stuff. They occasionally have poses that are annoying. These were a Colonel Bill's special. I actually know what that is. So a few packs of Peltas and some hoplites. Is he really a colonel, or is he like a Colonel Sanders colonel? Like that. We'll just give you this honorary coloneldom. Oh, what a nice chap! I'll just make him a colonel. Honorary coloneldom. Didn't think we were going to hear that one today. And why isn't it called a colonel? I want you to make me a colonel. You're what? I want to run the battalion or the regiment or whatever the hell a colonel runs. One of those two. Right? Captain runs a company. Yeah, something like that. A colonel. In Spanish, it's coronel, like that battle. All right. But you already knew that, because, you guys know enough of that from doing all that Napoleonic stuff that you guys like to do. Speaking of Napoleonic stuff, one of the least gamed things in the United States is War of 1812. I just don't see it being played. It's like forgotten about. He might have bought a commission with how much dough I dropped there. We had a few colonels. They left and gave us our independence. There you go. All right. We need to get back on track. The turret's done. At least the turret has been outlined. And this is super tedious. But this is super worth it also. So if this took twice as long, I'd still do it. Where is my brush of miracles? We're going to have a seance for this thing when it dies. Because this thing is truly amazing. It has performed many functions. What about in Britain? Lots of people playing the French rules in Britain. There's people that used to play DBA here in Florida. We're like, oh my God, not Field of Glory. What's it called? Field of Glory like came and went like in no time. Everybody's like, Field of Glory, and then they left. They died on that field. Art de la Guerre. The Art of War. The French Art of War. There's all these people that were like, I hadn't heard from them in decades. Oh, we're gonna get back into playing Ancients. We're gonna play Art de la Guerre. They ran one tournament. They had a big turnout for it, and like it disappeared. Like, okay. Well, I don't do tournaments anymore. That reinforced I'm gonna do what I want to do. And if you watch my video last night on the tanks, that's a perfect example. Like, this doesn't seem right, so I'm gonna run it a different way. You can't get every single thing right in a set of rules. Okay, you can't. And I'm not interested in publishing anything I do. I just want a good dialogue. Art de la Guerre, yeah, it's sort of popular, but I think Mortar et Gloriam is right up there with it. Yeah, I like the mechanics of Meg. The Meg. I don't have it in me to go back to that. Oh boy, what is it now? Oh, well, you have to wait for me to respond to that a little later. And it's just a notification. I shouldn't even have gotten a notification for him. Yeah, everybody disappeared playing that. And they came up with some excuse that, oh, well, the guys that were from another area ran it and nobody here to run it. And I'm like, I guess nobody wanted to play it bad enough. Somebody didn't step up to do it. You can't have one person doing all the heavy lifting. When that person gets tired of it, then the whole thing fades away. That's what ended up happening in Ohio, is what I heard, is one guy was doing all the heavy lifting, and he got tired. And it was even worse. He was doing all the heavy lifting, and he was providing all the prizes, and he wasn't playing. It's like, what did you do wrong in a past life where you got to pay for those sins? Like, at least play. Oh, I can't be a fair judge. Well, sounds like you got a problem then, because I've never had a problem playing a game and, judging. Now, doing the World War II stuff, I don't have to play. There's enough of it going on. I'm interested enough in the dialogue. So, most historical gamers suffer from ADHD. So let me tell you a little bit about ADHD, or at least what my opinion of it is. I think that the environment that a lot of us are in causes it. That and phones and those damn little videos that are only 5 seconds long, and then or you have this video like, oh, I want to find out how to do this, right? So you go to YouTube, which is usually the first place I go, and go watch this video. And it's this video that is narrated by AI, and it interrupts itself. Well, here we're going to learn about the A-13. A-13 tank was one used in the desert. In the desert, it was like it's interrupting itself. I'm like, just chill the fuck out, man. I got 10 minutes. You don't have to shove it in a minute and 15 seconds. And it just creates this, like you're fucking rushed all the time. Like, chill the fuck out. It's like, there's too much of that in our environment. So I've had people that, that I know that I'm like, hey, have you watched my videos? I'm like, I don't have time to watch, a 30-minute or an hour video. I'm like, fine, well, I won't fucking teach you anything then. I'm like, people need to chill the fuck out and not use marijuana to do it. Just chill the fuck out, okay? The whole point of this is like, don't be rushed. This is like, relax and all zen and shit, right? And I jump around, not because I want to jump around, because it's like, oh, we've got to, I can't finish that process on that. But I prefer to start something and then finish that and not start something else until that's finished, But I think a lot of people are suffering from a lot of stuff, and the workplace, man, the fucking, you just, I'm tired of dealing with people that are obviously on drugs and I'm not on them, you know, other than caffeine. God bless it. Actually, if I was on alcohol at work, I'd be a lot happier. I'd make more mistakes, but I'd be a lot happier. I don't have to be on a lot. Give me, I'll work on it dram by dram, But I don't drink here because I don't have any problems here. But too many people are like that, man. And it's like, hey, here's this funny. It's like everything. It's like interrupting itself. Like just a second, And it just gets to the point where it's like you just lose your train of thought. Not even counting into getting older and stuff. So. Um, yeah. Well, a lot of people suffer from keeping up with the Joneses. I gotta spend money on this. They don't spend the money and they're like really cheap, or they're always buying something. I'm like, dude, you can't just. You gotta be happy with what you have. It's nobody has everything. Meg Pacto is an easy learn after WRG DBA. Why don't you come down here and teach me how to play it? I'd probably like it. I've got what's that game that is absolutely gorgeous? The Italian one, Italian DBA. No, it's not like DBA. It's got some Armani-ness mixed in with it. I'm looking down there because my copy of it is down there somewhere. It used to be in the other house. Um, um, don't remember what it's called. Never played it. Bought it, printed it out, never played it. Um, and I don't know that I'm ever going to learn a new game system. I don't think that I don't have it in me anymore. I'm fine doing what we did yesterday, and look stuff up and like, okay, it's missing this. All right, so we'll add this into it, and that's my intent of it. I don't mind playing other things, but it's going to be on you to teach me how to play it. Like I've done impetus. There you go, basic impetus. Um, I just like I don't want to learn how to play it. I'm like I don't want to play it bad enough. You know. Um, so, and the moral of the story is don't be a loader on a Russian tank. The safest position on a Russian tank is the driver. That's what we learned. Even if the top of your hatch might open like hello, and you catch a shell right in the face. Safest place. Even if you ram somebody. The chap who wrote Mortimer Gloria is actually from the town over from mine. He's a founding member of our War Games Club. He's since moved, though. I thought the guy that wrote Mortimer Gloria lives in South Africa. He's a Simon something or another. That sounds like an insult. You Simon something or another. He was at Historicon one year. Make sure you get insurance on the dress. This is why I film things. And this might have been why you even watched it. Because the stuff that I film, it's amazing the things that happen. It's amazing the coincidences and things that happen. That is just a crying shame to not share that with the rest of the world. You said it's going to hit it and the tracks fell off. That's exactly what happened. Twice, okay? And in the first battle, and supposedly according to the engagement, it got off 2 shots. And that's exactly what fucking happened. That reminds me of the time that we did that matchup within the battle between the Bismarck and the Hood. And literally at the same time that the Hood turned, it blew up in my game. I'm like, we're done. We're done here. We're done. He moved to South Africa, has now moved back. That's a long move. That's a lot of miles on a U-Haul. See, how would you get from England to South Africa? You'd have to go through the Channel. And then you would have to bow to the hippogriff in Istanbul, and then go around. You're gonna get sand in your shoe, that's for sure. And yeah, it's a long trek. By banana boat or tramp steamer would be the quickest way. You got to move things, moving things in the South Africa. Is there an importation tax there? Welcome to Zangaro. No, I don't think it's as bad as Zangaro. If you know what I'm talking about, man, you need to watch some movies. Let's get a soda working on it. Welcome to Zangaro. Yeah, I don't think I'll be buying more rules. I don't want to read them. He is quite affluent, from what I'm led to believe. Well, good for him. I hope he lives long to enjoy it. The other one that was a lot of the other one that was it's me talking about Simon. The other one that was a lot of hubbub about, and there might still be, but I thought it kind of died down, or at least I don't have my finger on the pulse of that anymore. Was the one by the other Simon, which is, I think this another Simon, called To the Strongest. And there was like a big hubbub about, oh, this is great, and then but yeah, a lot of people have. You say they have ADHD. I would say that they're nomadic. They're always in search of greener pastures. But that's a people problem. In other words, those people would be the same way no matter what they get into. He designed the Rome Total War board game. There's a preview of it online, and he's unboxing it with Mark Bevis of Micromark Armyless fame. He's a friend and also a regular of our club. Rome Total War board game. Never didn't know they made that. I didn't play the second one much. No, I'm sorry. Would that be? Yeah, that would be the second one. Never played the second one much. I played the first one quite a bit. Just when I was getting into DBA, so it helped to a degree of as far as putting things into perspective. I just had never wargamed those periods. I knew about the history. I took electives in college. All the history is electives. I don't have a history degree. But that was one of my electives. I'm like, might as well learn that. Except for the writing papers, man. I hate writing papers. I like writing papers like Mitch likes to paint. The second one was a buggy disaster. Yeah, but at least the Egyptians didn't have freaking chariots. That was stupid. I didn't play the basic one very much. I jumped into first Rome Total Realism, and then Europa Barbarorum. And then Europa Barbarorum was great, except it took forever to load. Forever. Probably the slowest loading game I can think of right now. Although I have some pretty slow loading games on the Xbox One. There's some pretty slow loading games on that one. But there's some things in those games that you can't fix no matter what you do. You can make Europa Barbarorum, for instance. You can make it look. You can make the this. I was going to say the sprites, the um, the graphics look more accurate for the uniforms and stuff like that. You can get the factors. You can get more factors and stuff like that. But you still can't change that the core of the game is Age of Empires. It's a lot of it is like Age of Empires. Like you start with like this hut. Like I can play. I love playing Europa Barbarorum. I love playing Paris. You've got all the bells and whistles already, but you have no infrastructure. You've got like this land that couldn't have built these units. So you have no support. You've got no revenue. So that part's unrealistic. They would have had more build up than that. I get it. You got to go on concept, but literally they had like level 1 stuff, and they had like a level 10 army already. You know. Did I even take a look at bolt action? I've seen people play it. It is not for me. Absolutely not for me. I don't like. There's a couple things that I have a problem with. I don't like a figure that's this big to only throw a grenade this far. So if that's the case, well then we're using 28 millimeter figures. We should use 10 millimeter buildings. So that the ground scale is in scale with what you see. It's just I don't like doing these mental calisthenics. So I like to play with what you see is what you get. Now I get it. There's some things I can't do, but just that alone, it's not for me. Bolt action is good for somebody who has just a passing interest in World War II, not for religious zealots like me. Like I wouldn't be able to handle like, what do you mean a Mauser? What do you mean a Car 98 is exactly the same as an Enfield? Absolutely not. Like they need to be different in the game, And there could be minor differences, but so that's what it's for. And I've heard the vehicle rules are terrible. I don't know. I think the vehicle rules and what I just played yesterday could be better. So, I'm just saying, to be continued. But I'm not going to go and stop and change everything. We'll just kind of wing things as we go. I'm glad I was able to figure out that structure thing. The crumpler. Well, that is an interesting concept. If you have a tank that's a lot more robust than something you're fighting, ram them. Ram them. So, but bolt action is not for me. Flames of War is not for me. Rapid fire is not for me. I don't think Command Decision is for me, and honestly, it's better. I like it better than any of those I just mentioned. And 28 millimeters not for. I'm not painting 28 millimeters. I had some guy he was like adamant. Oh, you should play 28. You should paint 28 millimeters. You do a really good job. I would if I ever finished one. It's like 12 hours, 14 hours to paint one figure. Because I'm not going to be like, oh, let me spend less time on a figure that has even more detail. I'm like, no, I need to get some stuff out on the table, you know? And especially since I'm nearsighted, I can't paint things not to my best ability up close because I'll see them. I'd have to fool this guy. And this guy's a problem, you know? Like, I have trouble getting things by him. But I'm not your typical audience. But the vehicles were, once I did it, it wasn't that bad. You know, it's like you gotta play through the rules to see where not to look for things. You know, so I think if I do a game a month, we should be fine. It's not gonna. I'm not playing any other games where I'm like losing my mind or getting confused. What is strange that I paint 20 millimeter infantry quicker than I did 15 millimeter infantry. I do, don't I? The hidden movement in command decision is quite excellent. The version that I have didn't have that, so I'm wondering. I started with the first one, and then I played the second one, which I still have it here. Yeah, it's down here. Oh, I moved the camera. I'm in the way. No, I'm still in the way. Damn it! Right there. Command Decision Second Edition. Well, I don't have to cogitate much about painting 20 millimeter, and so I don't have to make decisions on stuff. These tanks actually don't take long to paint. Am I more excited about this than 15 millimeter stuff? I don't know. I learned a lot. I learned a lot of warfare history playing it. I just didn't like. You know what I didn't really. What I didn't like. I didn't like how much effort I was putting into painting them. And then at the end of the day, I'm playing a game where all blades are the same. Like, come on, man. There's got to be some differences, man. I'm putting some detail into this stuff. And I don't. I'm not one that's like, well, let me just dip them. I'm not that guy. You know. I'm not a Picasso painter. Okay, I don't believe the Picasso thing. Here you go again, going on his Picasso thing. Yep. Picasso sucked because he didn't paint as good as he could. Oh, he could paint really well, but he decided not to. Well, you know what? I'm really good at making it to the bathroom, but I'm just gonna shit my pants right here just to prove that that I can do it. Like, no, I'm gonna do things the best that I can. You know, that's what feels good. You know, at the end of the day, I'll play a video game, and my wife will be like, you need to stop playing video games. You're always frustrated." I said, "Yeah, I'm dealing with problems constantly. Here, there's no problems. Okay, even if I don't finish, getting towards a goal. At the end of the day, this is a positive experience. Damn near every time I paint, almost every time I paint. I actually can't think of an example where that wasn't the case. And that's why I do it. And that's why this is my therapy, not gaming. So, I like the narrative that gaming brings, but sometimes it brings frustration. And that's, even if you're playing with decent individuals, which I tend to play with. Haven't really encountered difficult people lately. You know, like Mitch. If Mitch would have played last night here, okay, he would have been fine just playing the narrative. I know him. He's fine playing the narrative. Like, what do you think this guy should do? Like, we could play both sides together, kind of thing. You know, like it's not like he's trying to beat me. It's like you want to see the narrative. Some people wouldn't be like that way. They'd be like, no, I gotta win. I gotta win. If I'm rolling, I gotta roll dice. Gotta win. Like, come on, man. It's just a fucking game. It's the interesting thing is the narrative and what happens, and laughing about the guy that only has one tooth in his skull and it falls out. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. It's reading it. It's creating a short story. It's choose your own adventure. That's what it's about to me. But the ramming's got to be. There's some house rules for ramming. But I don't want to write down those house rules because then it just becomes what I do wrong, I'm getting punished for this. I mean, I'm going to get stuff wrong anyways, even if it's written down. So why bother writing it down? I mean, if it's something really critical, but I don't care. You think the guys that run role-playing games don't pull things out of their ass constantly? I'm sure most of the stuff that they pull out's not even in the fucking rules. They're just pulling things out of thin air. And then you got guys that that are, not fair. They're just going to be like, I'm tired of this guy. Let's kill these guys. Then you got guys that are like, they give them too much of a chance. So, great day. This thing has a lot of damn rivets. Bloody, bloody rivets. Well, we're almost done with one side. But you got to do this stuff if you want to show up at 3 feet away. Now, a lot of war games miniatures painters, I think, look better than people that do like professional models. The professional models, go look at it. Go look at some pictures of actual tanks. You can't see these rivets from across the. It's too subtle. If you're GMing, then you can do whatever you want. Maybe it should be called BM. Okay, you have to explain that. Is that because BMW drivers do whatever they want? Why are all your cars in England made by, Germans? Oh, BMW guys do whatever they want? There are not many BMWs here. There used to be a lot more Volkswagens. There aren't that many Volkswagens anymore. Came close to getting a Volkswagen, didn't get one. Germans are weird. They put turn signals in places where they don't go. I'm all Japanese on the way things go, so I'm like, headlights, turn signal, windshield wipers, know where they go. Germans put shit in weird places just to be different. Well, that's how you lose wars, asshole. Wait, Japanese lost wars too. Well, never mind. Well, that's how you lose all the wars, is the Germans. Yes. Well, not all Volkswagens are hippies. Not all Volkswagens are hippies. My wife and I drive Subarus. I also like to say that we drive the two non-lesbian Subaru versions. All the other ones, other than the one that my wife and I have, they're all they're all hipster, save the earth lesbian type vehicles, which is fine, but they're a little too station wagony for me. I grew up in the '80s with my parents having station wagons, so I'm like, I'm never having a station wagon ever. I'd rather take the bus. Thank you. I would have liked if they still made a Scirocco or a Corrado. I would drive a Corrado. I think it's a good looking car. And it's, they made it in stick. So, it's a little underpowered for my taste, but, it looks good on the outside, never sat inside one. So, we had a Toyota for multiple years that we leased, but man, the Toyotas are just underpowered. They got the engine for it. They're just like dumbed down. No, I'm sorry. I want to get up to the speed limit as soon as I freaking can. That's the only thing you can do. You can't drive 80 miles an hour. I'm sorry. 110 kilometers per hour, in a 80 kilometer zone. You can't do that, okay? Or you're going to be, paying tickets. Forget that it's unsafe. It's not unsafe to drive fast. It's unsafe to follow too close to the person in front of you and weave in and out of traffic. Not coming in contact with other vehicles is the safest thing you can do. Okay? Just go with the flow. But you can't do that, all right? So what can you do? You can get up to speed fast, right? That's the only fun you can have. As a kid, my cousin and myself had to sit in those crappy little rear-facing fold-out seats at the back of the station wagon. Oh, yes! I don't know how the hell we survived. So, all right, let me rinse this, because... See, this is an ADHD. We're having a fucking conversation, okay? So, I like this. And I'm still working on the Matilda. It's not like I'm getting pulled into something else. Let me show you the car I grew up with. It was a 1968. This is the first car that we had. Ford station wagon. This thing was like a beast. This was like, if it rammed into a Sherman tank, the Sherman tank's falling apart. Okay? It looked like this. Okay, I'm going to show you one picture of this before. Okay, it didn't have this paneling, but it was that color green. Okay? But it looked like this and that other green. It was slightly metallic and it was like avocado. Okay? And state of the art, it ran on leaded gas. State of the art, that wasn't the state of the art part. The state of the art part was it had a key in the back. It had the door that would latch open, but it had an automatic window that went down, which was state of the art for 1968, because all the other windows were roll downs, right? So you had a bench seat at the front, bench seat in the middle, and in the back it was totally empty. But you'd have those two little things that would fold each other, and I think they had lap belts, but. You were just going to be, here's a shot of the back of it. That's not my vehicle. That's just somebody else. And I remember it had the steering wheel that was narrow as shit. And my parents had that until like the mid-'80s. And then they sold it to somebody else, and they still ran it for a while. But That's a vehicle where you could like smuggle like illegal aliens inside the engine compartment. Here it is. This is the color it was. This is the color it was. So kind of cool. Other than the station wagon part, that and white rims. I'm not driving a car with white rims on the tires. But That's when America made good cars. Everybody else made shit cars. America made good cars. Now, I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't drive a domestic vehicle. You know. This was in the Buick 1993 Century station wagon. Leather seats during hot summer while I was visiting the States. Grim time. Oh, mine were vinyl. Yeah, they would stick to the back of your legs and shit like that. Oh yeah, in Florida we'd go down and yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that was the first car that my parents had. Then they got a 1973 Dodge Monaco, and that was a piece of crap. That only lasted for like 5 or 6 years, still had all kinds of problems. But as a kid, it was like buff color. It was like this color. And then the top of the roof was this color, and it was spongy material, right? And I thought it had 8-track player, woo! And at the front corners of the lights, it had the little blinkers. So if you're the passenger, you can tell whether or not the right hand blinker is on because you'd have, it would you could see it. It was on the top of the blinker. Like the blinker was like on top of the thing. It would give you like this little notification. We only had that for a few years. Only for a few years. And then they got a 1978, and only 2 cars at a time. We were a 2-car household. That was it. Not these people now that have somebody that's like in their 20s. I got 3 cars. I'm like, wow, how do you have 3 cars, man? You're paying 3 insurance payments, or maybe they're not paying any insurance. And then we had a 1978 Dodge Omni, or 1979, one of those 2 years. 1978 Dodge Omni. There was like, it was silver. And all these cars were automatic. Except this one had like this round knob that was about this big. And to shift it, you would push it down. It was like a disc. It almost looked like an Intellivision controller, if you know what I'm talking about. You'd push it down and then you would move it to wherever it was and you'd let it go. Because of the fuel crisis. Ooh, gotta get one. I don't know what those things got, the miles to the gallon. And then they got a 1980. See, cars, they went through a lot of freaking cars. Like, they just don't last. They don't last long. Well, I've gone through a lot of cars because we leased. But I had my first car 11 years when it was new. 11? 11 years, yeah. So, when you trade a car in, it's like, okay, it's worth to me more than it is traded to you. I'll just keep it, And it works. So, it's not 155,000 miles on it, but well, I wrecked it. I kind of have to have a new car when you wreck it. Need another car, when you wreck a car. But then they got a 1981 Renault station wagon. Well, they had a hard on for station wagons. I'm never driving a station wagon ever. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. 1981, it was white. Renault station wagon. Okay, it looked like this. It looked like this, but white. I don't know if the wheel caps were the same color. And they couldn't find anybody here to fix it. It had issues. Nobody could fix it. And they got rid of that one before I was in my driving age. They ended up getting a Caravan or something like that. So yeah, my first car was a stick. I didn't know how to drive a stick because we didn't have any sticks. How are we going to learn how to drive a stick? But I wanted to. And I did okay considering my first clutch didn't go out until I had 110,000 miles on it. Sink or swim, baby. You either figure out how to do it, or you know, or you're going to burn out a clutch. What I didn't know is that every stick is different, and I don't mean the shift pattern. I just mean the how much ass you have to give it. You know, the play, the footsie. Because this car that I have now, it's a mother to drive. I mean, I'm used to it now, but it's very rigid. But they do put all kinds of stuff in vehicles that really shouldn't be in vehicles. This car has rollback prevention. Well, what is that? Well, supposedly when you're on some kind of an incline, the car can sense that. And if you take your foot off the brake while it keeps it from rolling back. Well, what that does is to undo that, you have to give it even more gas. So it makes the this from a start even more jerky than it is already with a car with this much torque. Because the car has a shitload of torque. So I'm like, we got to disable that. We got to disable that because I don't need it. You know, that's what the handbrake's for. And then, I live in a place that's damn near flat. So yes, there's inclines, but that's unnecessary. So I disabled that. And by disabling that, now I got a light on the dash. I'm like, well, a light on the dash is nothing that black tape can't fix. So I don't want to be looking at that light that's telling me, hey, your rollback prevention's been disabled. Yeah, no shit. I was the one that turned it off, you know. So that's, if you need that, you don't need to be driving a stick shift. Whoa, way too dark. Okay, we actually have one side done. Hallelujah. Let's do the front. The front has been ignored. I don't know, what do you think about this angle? Better, worse? It's cantilevering on the other table, which makes me a little nervous. No, I actually did some of this stuff on the front. Just needs to be done again. So the problem with doing this black line washing when you have the lines on a 3D print is it can just take off down those lines and darken something you don't want it to darken. You like it, okay. No. We'll keep it then, just for you. No Marcus this morning. What up? He spent all morning cooking. That's one way for me to starve my family. Cook for them. Be responsible to cook for them. I was surprised to find that I did pull out that Tamiya panel liner, and I was surprised to find out that it basically behaved the same as this did. So, like, why use it? Like, it has that horrible stink. Like, there's no advantage to using that. It might flow a little quicker. But I don't know if that's an advantage for me. And I have to coat the entire vehicle in gloss. I don't want to do that. That adds an extra step I have no interest in. Okay, before this is done, let's make sure that this hatch isn't ready to go. It is. Okay. Oh, well, that was a mistake. So it's not ready to go. That's right. Let's take a little bit of, oh, this, there's no way this is still alive. You try the Viejo Game Wash in the big tub for panel lining. It's a little too intense for normal washing on figures without dilution. Viejo Game Wash in the big tub. Is it a... Alright. I'll take a look at that. Do you have it or you want to try it? Yeah, see, this is... No, nope, let's not get confused. Doesn't need to cover this completely, just enough to get the paint to stick. And this worked great on the figures, by the way. On the figure. The desert rat-a-tat-tat. Viejo Game Wash. Vallejo. Oh, the dipping formula? Yeah, that's not water based though. This one may be, but the Army Painter one is not. I figured, oh, I'm going through this Army Painter stuff. Let me just get it in the dip. It's a different material. It's a different stuff. Well, here it says matte water-based formula. Each color has been meticulously developed. Oh, meticulously. You know, I'd buy this and test it for you, but I have so much, and I'd spill that before I use this. I use this a lot and leave it open, and I just don't go through very much of it. I mean, guaranteed by the time I use that thing up, they'll already have changed the formula on it. Yeah, it's a water-based formula. Probably would work. Okay. Billion times more cost-effective than Null oil. Have some of the same size tub as the basing goop from around the same price. Sounds like a deal. As long as it seals well. This stuff was the original one that, well, not the original one, but the original recent one that was, I guess it says 2018. Can you judge it by that? 2021. This I think is a formula I'm not going to like. But I also have the Army Painter dark tone to fall back on. So, and do I have another Nolan oil, or this is the only one that I have of the original one? No, I think this is, I have this one, this whole tub, and a strong, and a dark tone. So, you know, you can make your own. Like, man, I gotta delegate some duties stuff. The biggest problem that I have with Games Workshop, really the only problem that I have with Games Workshop, is that they go and they change, like, oh, this works great. Right. How do we cut corners and make it shittier and then charge more for it? I'm like, just charge more for it. I get it. Everything, I don't want you to go up on prices, but everything's up on prices. But, like, I don't even want to go out to eat anymore. Because things cost, 40% more than they did just a couple of years ago. And they're shittier. They're crappier. Like, the service is worse. I don't need people waiting on me, but, like, don't fucking ignore me, But you're paying more for it. Like, I don't even want to eat. I'll go out to eat anymore. Like, it's just disappointment. And I'm not that picky of an eater. I'm telling you, we used to go out 100 times. Maybe once out of 100 something would be, like, not great. Because you just avoid those places. Like, things aren't good here. Fine, just go somewhere else, right? It's like 50-50. Like, I'll just eat at home. And I don't have to tip anybody. And how many of you guys fall for the tipping fiasco? Like, everything is, I think it's done subtly. Like, everybody does, like, these automated things where you swipe your card and stuff, and there's always a line for tips. I'm like, I'm not tipping anybody at a drive-through window. I'm just not, It's like, it's not a tipping place. Well, you guys in Europe don't even tip people. That's the way to do it. That's something you guys do right, that we do wrong. Like, why should the customer subsidize the wage? Like, just pay people a fair wage and then just go up on prices. You're going to go up on prices anyways, The one thing people do in Europe... No, there's a lot of things you guys do better. The drinking thing is much better. These Puritans over here they got their sticks up their ass sideways, with the drinking thing. Kids can't have a sip of what? Oh, why? So they can become an alcoholic all on their own when they're 21. Okay, got it. Got it. But I'm not from this country. We're not from this country. We just decided to come over here because we were tired of the bullshit back home. Oh. And in January, we might find out what that bullshit is that made us leave. Drive-through windows, fast food counters. If I have to stand and order my food, I'm not tipping you. Right? Hey, Lewis, what's happening? You said you were going to send me a list. Send me a list. By the way, I have a feeling it's unpainted things, correct? Because, painted things they're no good to be painted. So, send me a list. We'll see what we got. If you don't get tipped for supplying figs for a game, you shouldn't get tipped for bringing someone a flat coat from 10 meters away. Let's start over. If you don't get tipped for supplying figures for a game, I'm with you. You shouldn't get tipped for bringing someone a flat coat from 10 meters away. Yep. Okay. With that said, soda can be too carbonated. There's one particular fast food restaurant that, this is a true story. If you want people to eat better, kill drive-through windows. Because the problem is like, I have made unhealthy choices at lunch because it's convenient and I don't want to get out of the car. I don't want to interact with anybody. Like, I don't want to interact with people when I'm in my work garb. And it's not that my garb is that bad, but you know, I'm in and out. I'm in and out of the environment a lot. So like, if I go to the doctor and it's a work day, like the doctor's got to be first thing in the morning because I don't want to smell like outside and shit like that. And I'm not like physically getting dirty, but sweat and stuff like that. You got both kits and boxes, some stuff that's assembled but not painted, some stuff that I painted. Okay, well send me what you got that's unpainted. Because I ended up picking up a steal of what I thought was a steal of things at the last show, and I'm not gonna mess with any of them. They're not worth my time, especially with the 3D printing stuff. This guy's 3D printing stuff for like $10 or something like that. I don't mind putting the kits together. And I gotta finish those T26s. That's probably, maybe I can work those in today. I've got some T26s to put together, and that are they're a nightmare because of the photo etch, and it's not because of the photo etch. It's gluing the photo etch. That's the nightmare. Vote Aguilar. He will drive by the drive-through. Yeah, you don't want to vote for me. I don't want to be in politics. I wouldn't make it. I absolutely wouldn't make it. I wouldn't make it. You have to be a lawyer first. I wouldn't be a lawyer. Hey, I want you to represent me. I'll say, you fucking did it, dude. Like, we're going to hang you now. Well, you can't do that. I said, I can. Sorry. Your problem. We got to make society better. You got to die. You got to die. You go die. I wouldn't be a good lawyer. Now, I believe, like, I wouldn't be a good salesman either. Now, I would be a good salesman for things that I truly believe in, but I just don't believe in filling people full of shit. Yeah, well, I did an unboxing. It's on my channel. You know how to get to my channel because you're here. Iron Horse Collectibles. He's incredible, and his stuff is his. If you look at his stuff, it's all 156, but he'll do whatever scale you want. Be a prosecutor? No, because people get off. Be a vigilante. There we go. You got to make sure you get the right person, okay? You can't just like randomly start, Be a vigilante. Vigilante. That's a watcher in Spanish. Some always watching. Vigilante. No, I don't want to be involved in anything that that I see more corruption than I already see. That's just bad. So I wouldn't do well in a fascist system where it's like, buddy system. All right. So these are mufflers. That's going to be Rastafarian down there. Welcome to my channel where I make up terms. And I don't mind putting building. Not everybody's good at everything or willing to do certain skills, okay? Like, I'm willing to put in model kits together, but it doesn't bother me. I find it therapeutic. I don't want to do my own 3D printing. I do not. I find that, what's the opposite of therapeutic? Turning you into a madman? Raging lunatic? Remember the movie The Star Chamber? Took care of guys that got off on technicalities. No. Is it worth watching? I'm not a huge movie watcher. Main thing, I don't have anybody to watch movies with me. Well, my daughter will watch anything that I want to watch, but, she's not here anymore. I mean, she's, not available at the time. She's my war movie buddy. And she gets to participate. She gets all the color commentary I bring along the way. Okay, let's stop this. You see that tank? They've got the wrong, they got the vision hatch on the wrong place. Yeah, Dad, play the movie. No, she actually doesn't. She's pretty receptive to it. She gets fired up too. Don't ever bring up to her that That one candy ass on the freaking stairway in Band of Brothers in Saving Private Ryan. She gets so angry at that dude. I think if she encountered that actor, she'd punch him in the face. You just got your ass kicked by a girl. You know? Like the old Michael Douglas movies from the 80s. Okay. Star Chamber. I was going to watch a movie last night. Wait, I did. Ooh! He's got a Beretta on the cover. I'm watching that. Gun porn. Sorry, Beretta fan. I get excited. Um, did I watch a movie last night? I was going to watch the old Midway, and I decided I didn't want to watch it. So I want to watch it with my daughter, and I don't want to watch it a second time. And I've seen it before, but only once, a long time ago. It's got to be better than the new Midway, which we both disliked for multiple reasons. But what did I watch? I feel like I watched half of a movie last night and then couldn't finish it. And it was a movie I think that I could have talked to you guys about. Wow, I'm getting old too fast. The battery is getting weak. The battery's getting weak. There we go. I don't feel like I'm old unless ever. What did I watch? I better be careful bringing that up. It might be something I can't tell you guys about. No, I don't think. Oh yeah, I watched this. I watched half of this Blood and Gold, which I've been trying to watch several times. We never finished Unbroken. My daughter and I just didn't like it. Blood and Gold. It's not very good, but it's a German movie that's done like American crap is done. Opium. I can't do drugs. I'm like the last person that doesn't do drugs in the United States. I'm like the only person. I'm almost to the point where I gotta do drugs just to be able to deal with people that do drugs. Everything I know about drugs I learned from watching Narcos Mexico. Now, if you want to talk about liquor, we can have a conversation. Lewis, you were in the service. I had a service dream. I've had a couple of these have happened. I've never been in the service. I came really close to going, but they didn't take me. Which, I'm kind of glad at this point. It wouldn't have worked out for me. I don't think so. But I had this dream that I had signed up to go on a ship that was like an aircraft carrier, but didn't carry aircraft. So it was like a supply ship the size of an aircraft carrier. And I was like going to be gone for like 2 years or something like that. I don't remember what else happened, but I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, I just can't imagine like being secluded from everything that's going on. I don't mean the news, because the news is all bad. Like, I'm be fine secluded from the news. But just like what's happening on a daily basis for like 2 years or something like that. Like going to prison and like not having any outside contact. Oh, these guys are on subs, right? They go on these long deployments on subs where they're like for long periods of time they're underwater. Like they don't. I don't know how people do it. You know, not Opium. Colonel Opium from Saving Private Ryan, the guy that pissed your daughter off. Yeah, Corporal Opium. Yeah, yeah, he sucks. The problem wasn't that he was a coward. Okay, that's fine. That could have been me. I just I think it would be really hard to be able to like you have a freaking firearm in your hand. You have your back up against the wall. The people that you have built some kind of a rapport with are getting murdered, and you don't pull the trigger. And what makes it even crazier is, this veteran soldier. I assume he's a veteran. Walks by you and go, you're not worth the trouble to kill. Like I just find that whole sequence unbelievable. The rest of the movie I'm fine with. You know. And I like the movie. It's one of those movies that actually, you know, does most things right. Yeah, we didn't bother learning what his name was. You started your career on submarines. God bless you. Your longest deployment was 1997, left early 97 and returned January 27. Man, good for you. Yeah, I tried to join the Navy. Why the Navy? Well, I was in high school with a guy who was going into the Navy, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I wanted to have a car eventually. So I'm like, okay, well, let me do this. And they didn't want me. They wouldn't take me because of my skin, because I had psoriasis, which, I'm on this medicine now, which like it's not only a cure. I'm wondering how it's going to kill me. It's not only a cure, but it like made it like this, like I've never had it. It's insane. It's absolutely freaking insane. Like I've forgotten that I even had that. So no, but they didn't take me. It was like right after. It would have been right after the first Gulf War, the line in the sand Gulf War. Yeah, I got to be careful which one we talk about now. So yeah, so it would have been like 92 or 91 or 92, something like that. I want to say it was like late 91. I don't think it would have made it in the military. They do a lot of stuff to you guys just to keep you in order. Or maybe like make your peacetime so nightmarish for stupid stuff so that when a war happens you don't like freak out. I guess in that case it's probably practical. Like make everything so difficult that on a daily basis create issues when there's no issues. So when there's issues you don't like freak out that there's issues. I guess in retrospect that probably makes sense. You know, like I do that with modeling, but that's just modeling. Like I can walk away from it. It's not like you're turning my whole life upside down. But yeah, service people go through a lot of stuff, and then they expect you to play nice when the shit hits the fan. I don't know how they do it. I mean, I honestly don't know how you can get put in a situation where you could go through all this hell and then expect you to take prisoners. I'm telling you, my gut reaction would be, I would totally, if you don't go and hide or freak out or fail a morale check, right? If you can survive that, I could see you totally being like bloodlust. Absolutely. Like, you're not going to kill 6 of my buddies and then throw up your hands. I'm like, you're dead, dude. Oh, we didn't find them. I could totally see that happening all the time. And it did happen all of the time. Not to the point of like go in and like destroy villages and kill civilians and stuff like that. But like the guys that were physically like trying to kill you a moment ago, I just don't see how, you could come down from that. Here's the quote. I think it goes like, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than being a gardener in a war. Okay. Well, it's too late now. They don't want me now. But I did go to the Pentagon one time, and I thought that, there's a little too much freedom in this country, and not in areas I would think, but and yes, I had a sponsor. My wife's best friend used to work in Pentagon. He said, "You want to come to the Pentagon?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." So I'm walking down this hallway, and and they pull your record and everything. And the thing is, like my record's better than the guy that is pulling my record, right? I don't have anything to hide. But I'm going through that building, and I'm like, there's all these open doors. There's like a door that's like open to the Joint Chiefs of Staff thing. I'm like, I really probably shouldn't be in this hallway. I mean, I'm fine. I'm not going to do anything. It's like I'm going to walk in here. It's like, hey, you should hit these targets. I'm like, I know how to behave. And they probably figured that out by pulling your record. Like, okay, this guy hasn't been in any protests. He hasn't been arrested for anything, So that's probably why it let me in. But, you're too old now and you can't remember what you watched on TV last night. That's right. Wait, that might actually be helpful. I should go into politics. I don't remember. No, I should not. No, absolutely not. I don't remember things that I put. You get to the point where I'm out of RAM, right? And you don't put a lot of effort in remembering things that aren't worth remembering, right? If something's like really important, like you don't forget that, but other stuff, you can't remember everything. So I'm out of RAM. I'm too old now, I can't remember what I did last night. And I had no alcohol and no drugs. Oh, that was an interesting flash. We don't need to lose power. Oh, is this how it's going to be? All right, let's find out which light it is. It's the top ones, isn't it? So this house is awesome, but there's something creepy about LEDs. And LEDs are great, but sometimes they interfere with different things. I'm not an electrician, but we've had some odd things happen with lights, with like flicker stuff like that. Okay, we good? Did you burp that out of your system? All right. And everybody I encountered in the Pentagon was super happy to see me. Maybe they watched my show. Did I even have a show back then? I don't know. I thought it was super cool. I hope I get to do it again. I'll take pictures this time. I'm kidding. I don't do shit like that. Somebody doesn't have to tell you to do things like that. Although I'm sure you can find pictures of the Pentagon online. Like, somebody comes up to you, I want you to draw me a map. No, I'm not drawing a map of where things are. I'm not not selling my country out. But I will help you stop people that are. Because I grew up at a time with a dad that instilled in me that money can't buy everything. And I firmly believe that. But that's not the case. But that doesn't mean that you can't believe that yourself, even though that's not the case. But I'm old school, which you can tell by me forgetting what I watched last night. So once we do this, we're probably going to we're going to lightly dry brush over this, really lightly, over these areas that we just did. And then if we need to specifically pick a few rivets that need to be noticed a little bit more. And then, well, we got to paint some rusty parts. And then we'd be done. Well, no, we got to letter the Joker. That's my favorite part. Yeah. This, by the way, this is a 3D print. These all the stuff I'm working on right now are 3D prints. So, but I don't mind. I don't mind putting models together, but especially since so many people have an issue with so many things in models. Like, I just don't like those Russian instructions when there's like, one drawing and there's like a million different arrows pointing towards it. Russian, East European, the Poles do it the same thing. All the vodka countries. I can put them together with just, more of a challenge. And the separate link track, I embrace that shit. Like once I figured out how to do it and it worked for me and it's like empowering. So, and I would have done a video on how to do separate link track together, but I don't like doing videos. It's too much upfront work for me. I don't mind doing this. This isn't doing a video. This is just me just hit and play, and whatever happens happens. If the microphone falls on the ground, the microphone falls on the ground. The video last night that I did, I don't think it's got that many views. And a lot of people will be like, I don't want to watch a live video. I don't have time for it. But I'm like, okay, well, I don't have time to do all this prep work for a video that some of you may not watch. So I'm going to do this anyways. I might as well hit play and take you along with me. If you're going to make me do a bunch of extra work, then I'm going to expect this much of a commitment from everybody. And since I can't get that, then, I'd rather just do a live video. I don't know if that makes any sense, but anything that even remotely brings in things that I dislike in the workplace into my personal time at home, I'm really against. So, busy work, don't like busy work. I don't like busy work. So yeah, I probably wouldn't have made it in service. I catch wind that anything is just do this just because all of a sudden I'm not interested in doing it. Everything needs to have a greater purpose. I'm doing these rivets because we're going to play a game and I'm going to get to see them. If I'm going to paint this and then nobody's ever going to see it again, what's the purpose? Not interested. Buy others. Let somebody else handle that. You gave me one of your sayings, my saying that I coined. I'm sure somebody said this before. Oh, we have a flyby. What do we have? We have enough of a window here. Oh, it's not one of those helicopters that are flying too low that I'm always wondering if you crash into my house. Well, now it's just me, but you crash into my house and kill a family member, they're not going to find any survivors from that aircraft. I'm just saying. Whatever that means. Whatever that means. But my saying is, just because you don't value my time doesn't mean I don't value my time. So I don't really take kindly to having my time wasted. And that doesn't mean answering questions or something like that, or going and looking something up. I like that stuff. I like that stuff a lot, actually. Why else would I have this reference material? Well, we're almost done with the rivets, man. Of course, I have to think, how long have I been on here? I think maybe an hour. Now, let me surprise me. Almost two. Yeah, see, that's what it is. That's the only thing I don't like about painting on video is the time goes by too fast. So if I ever have to be taken to prison, I'll have to ask, can I get solitary confinement and can I do my video so that my life sentence can go a little quicker? Well, why do you want solitary confinement? Because if I absolutely have to have a boyfriend, I want to pick who it is. It's got to be somebody. If you don't want to have one, it better be somebody you could overpower. Oh, shit. Now what? Not one of those Amber Alerts, is it? It's over here. Nope. You get one of those Amber Alerts like I got the other week. Like, there's a girl missing. She's in Pensacola. You realize how far Pensacola is from here? Like, why are you letting me know? Like, do I get to, take part in a manhunt? No? Then why are you letting me know? You know? Do we get to do a capture and release on the felon other than the release part? Because if so, I could see that. I could see some attractiveness to that. If not, why are you letting me know? Well, in case you see him, well, like, I'm gonna be here painting. Like, I'm not gonna see anybody unless he breaks into my house. And we fortunately don't really have that problem here. We got a bunch of busybodies here. This neighborhood is full of a bunch of Gladys Kravitzes. What's going on there, Bunch of groundhogs, nosy groundhogs. I got one guy across the street, and I had an old neighbor that was like this before. He must not stand the people that he lives with because he's outside all the fucking time, all day long. I guess somebody say the opposite of me. You don't like anybody outside. You're always inside. Yeah, that's it. I'm not antisocial. I just don't like all you people. Can we talk about tanks? No, then I'm gonna go inside. Bye bye. Is that it? Well, we're gonna do some brown drippings too. Brown drippings? What do you mean by that? Well, what do you think I mean? And we got to do the cute headlights too. Beep beep. Who says tanks can't be cute? Did we lose my feed? I mean, you guys are awfully dormant. And you can do whatever you want. I just want to make sure that this thing's on. Otherwise, I'm giving all this awesome information and nobody's sucking. Let's do this. Let's do this before we have some furor come by. Now I can say that because it's actually happened before. New incognito and am I in incognito? I gotta be in incognito. No. Otherwise, it won't let me join my own channel. I'm still here, but I can't see it here. Interesting. I'll take your word for it. You know, I'm not anti technology. I just hate that it's so. The way it is. Okay, there it is. Oh, I get to watch a commercial that I didn't choose. What's it saying that I'm a proponent of? Oh, another abortion thing. Let people do whatever the hell they want with their body. I'm not getting one. And besides, I'm actually in favor of we don't need more poorly raised children. We don't. I'm sorry. It sounds horrible what I'm saying, but you know, that's why we have the problems that we have in this world because we have kids that aren't raised right. We don't need more of that. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing that I did with, well, I'm going to put my own spin on it. On the picture of Gazelle, which is the only Matilda I could find that was in this color. Um, I'll show you the picture of it. A Gazelle 3, I should say. It has the name in white and the number in black. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to paint a little dark spot where the name of the tank is going to be, and then put the white on top of that. I've seen them do that before, and I don't want to be pressed for space, So I'm going to do this whole area. I can come back and resurface that if I need to. The tank number can go up here or somewhere else. You know, that's my own spin on it. I don't want to do it on white. I did it on the other one, and it's just not noticeable enough. So, all right. But before I do that, I need to go to the little boy's room. So I'll be right back in a moment. Okay. I should say, I actually found another picture of gazelle, of not gazelle, but another one that's not encounter. And that doesn't mean I'm not going to do them until encounter. I just didn't want to do this one encounter. This is kind of what I'm. Yeah, that one says gazelle 3. Well, we're not going to do. We're not going to paint it gazelle, but we are going to do those little markings there at the front of the tank. Adds a little bit of color. And yes, we're going to add an antenna with some pennants. I think that mount is creepily weak looking. I think we can work with that. Oh, it's got shovels on there, and this one has no shovels. Yeah, I like how these, where the markings are on this one, like that. But anyways, I found a I thought I saved it. Sometimes when you save things and you press on the phone to download, it doesn't download them. Anyways, there was a picture of one that had a commander, and he actually had long sleeves on. Oh my gosh, I didn't paint him black. Well, sons of bitches. Let's do that. Because we got to paint a lad in there, you know, so you have a sense of scale. Yeah, we'll use this. Let's move that out of the way. Still have live black? We do. Okay. That's what I call paint when it's wet. It's live. All right. So, Gorgon's what we're going to name it. Seems like an appropriate name. Mythological names. British used a lot of mythological names, and I'm a fan of mythological names. G-O-R, G-O-N. Do I have space to put both there? I don't think I do. I don't really want to back myself into a corner. I could do it, but I don't want to use up all my miracles. Well, I could just paint it backwards and see if I have space for both of them. But we're going to have to do a dark spot on there. And I don't know what color the dark would be, but I'm going to start with SS Camo Black and work my way up from there. Well, we're going to need this. We're going to need black. Nope, that's not black. Sound like Joe Biden. That's not black. Black's down here. Okay. White. 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 Okay. And sand color. Dark sand. All right. Let's do the stripes. Let's do the stripes next. Let's do the stripes. And I like the size that they are on here. And I'm not going to put stripes on the turret. Not on this one. Let me look at, let me do one more thing. Let me find that picture I was talking about. Maybe I didn't save it. Matilda tank, what did I search for? No camo, I think. I know, I could have just done a Russian one. Nope, because I don't agree that we should have sent any to the Russians. I'm taking credit for all of the British tank production now. Well, this is a cool picture off of. I don't play Flames of War, and I don't play Bolt Action, but Warlord and whoever the hell makes Flames of War have really good websites and a lot of back information, which I don't mind. I give them credit that they have that kind of stuff. This is a cool fucking picture. No, not that one. Picture. I mean, artwork. Oh, I click on it and it's not here? Well, fine. Then I will just blow this up. Shit, I gotta take this call. All right, sorry about that, but it was the wife, and she's away and she's traveling, and we needed to catch up. I haven't talked to her in like 2 days, so she's coming in by train. They're freighting her in. She's not coming in until late, so I mean, if she was here, could do I could do everything when she's around. It's the daughter is a little bit trickier because she wants attention, but the wife also works, so she's fine. Like we can be like even with the door open, she can be over there doing her own thing. She's just hanging out. We can be in the same room doing our own thing, or doing stuff together. So it's not like it's not one of those wife things. Like but I needed to see where what time she was getting back, and she's took a got transportation to the train place, which is an hour and a half away from here, with somebody who was taking a flight. And I'm like, well, you need to let me know if you need me to come pick you up, if the flight gets delayed or something like that. So that hasn't happened yet, but all right. Now that we're back somewhat in the same area, let's what was I doing? Yeah, exactly. What was I doing? Um, we're gonna do the stripes. Let's put this away because we don't need this for the time being, or really any more. Let's go ahead and do the stripes. Give this thing some life. So I'm actually going to do the whole area in gray first. Yeah, and I'm not a 3-pot type of person. What do you mean by that? Well, I don't go and grab the 3 colors. I mix them as I go. And I probably could save a lot of time grabbing the 3 colors. But I'm stubborn. I'm a stubborn old person. Might as well embrace it. But I do think I need a brush that's more than this wizard. This one, we've already used this one. All right. So we're going to come in and we're going to use this as a guide. I know there's different variations, but I kind of like the way these people did this particular drawing. This particular. So it doesn't go all the way to the end, which I like that. So I'm not going to have it go over this little bracket. So I'm going to start short of the bracket, and I'm going to stop short of this vertical. So we're going to go over the entire area that is going to be white and red right now with this grayish tone. Okay, and we're going to mix it on the fly. Which there's a lot of things that I suck at. Maybe not painting wise. But there's a lot of things I'm really good at, or I think I'm really good at, and this is one of them. It's just mixing colors, because you got a lot of practice at it. It's got to be something that you have a lot of practice and that you want to do a good job. It's not like, well, I didn't. Why do you fuck this up every time? I said, well, I didn't even want to do it to begin with. Well, that's probably not a good example for that. But we're going to stop short of this, so we're going to come down here, and we're going to stop short of that. And does it go all the way to the top? It does go all the way to the top. All right. So this area right here is what's going to have the 3-color scheme. Well, it's actually 2 colors, the stripes. And we're gonna do both at the same time, because that keeps the keeps it present. And I'm all for painting all of my decals because you don't have to wait on them. And you don't have to pay for them. But the main thing is like, I don't want to wait on them. I don't have a decal that does exactly this, so freaking make it. It's easy enough to do. Okay, now this isn't covering really well, so we're going to go over this again with a little bit more paint, in particular in the middle. Okay, because this middle section is going to be white. And then we'll go up one more. And I'm going to make it bigger than it needs to be because we can always come back and straighten that out. All right. Now we're going to switch to red. Oh, did I fucking do it backwards? Is it white on the sides and red in the middle? Well, yeah, I fucking did it backwards. Okay, no big deal. Actually, probably easier that way. All right, fine. As we were, the whole thing's white. The whole thing's in this light gray. But we're going to avoid these little rivets. So it'll look like they got some free highlighting on them. Okay? Got the light color like that. That would have been weird. I would have been like, why does this not look right? All right, now we already have black there. Let's get the red. That's pretty even as far as the stripe size. So go over here. And that was pretty even as well. All right, now let's add some more red. Always pull towards yourself. Now, you should do whatever you want. That's just what I do. I don't want people. People don't have to conform to me. We need some Vasa. You do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever scale you want. You want to do 12 millimeter? Do 12 millimeter. You want to do 13 and 3/8 or whatever it is? Actually, do measure with it. 13.5 millimeters. Now, what I'm going to do is, instead of adding white to lighten it, let me think about that. Let's not make that decision yet. I was going to say use dark sand. We haven't even gotten to the core color yet. There we go. Now I'm going to use white because we're probably going to end up dry brushing over this anyways. All right, now let's rinse this thing out. Do whatever you want. There's a lot of advice that that gets handed out almost like if you don't do it this way, you're doing it wrong. Like you gotta paint towards the inside out, paint light colors. No, you gotta prime in white. You do whatever you want. You know, there's advantages and disadvantages to everything. When I'm painting free form stuff, almost like, when I'm doing medievals or ancients or stuff like that, and I'm like devising how I want them to look, I usually paint in things that I don't have any doubt how I want them to be. So, like, I know they're going to have a red shirt, so paint the shirts red, okay? And then worry about making a decision afterwards. And I'll show you a close up of this when I'm done. Did we do both of these? Yeah, we did. Okay. So I use what order I paint things as a help me decide what kind of process of elimination. So if you have a doubt about something, how you're going to paint it, don't paint that first because you're going to be in doubt all the time. Like, paint things that you know for a fact are always going to be a certain way. Because then that way you can judge the things that you're not sure about fairly. Or, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. and maybe do the white one more. Let's rinse all this out. Let's go to an unsoiled place. We got a little bit of a hair or something like that came on here. Well, it's going to stay at this point. On the undercoat. Good morning. The maroon, the cardinal. Ah, what a maroon. So that's where we're at with it so far. Okay, we need some headlights that we need to paint. We already have the red and the black here. And the red and the black, the white and the black. Although there is okay. Damn cheap ass brushes made by slave labor. It's either that or don't buy any brushes. There's no brushes around here that aren't made by slave labor. All right. These do not have any. Let's go a little bit darker than that. Blacking out. Do you have no blacking out devices? All right. Maroon, what do you think of the angle? Better or worse? I wish I could zoom in when I wanted to, but I need a producer for that. I'm just a stupid painter. Let's lighten this up a little bit on the bottoms. Actually, let me go a little bit darker. We get some room to. Then a little bit of this. Angle of the. Yes, angle of the. I had to mount the computer back from my game last night, so I decided to mount it a little bit differently. And a little spot of white right here at the top. That looks pretty damn good. That looks pretty damn good. Now, show you the picture. Anyways, what I was trying to do when I got that phone call was to show you a picture of this artwork that looks really cool. Assuming it's not AI generated. Oh, picture. Right. Right. Still got a few more touchings of things to do. Wow, this is. It looks totally different in the photo. And not better different. It looks worse different. Let's just do an auto and see if that corrects it. That corrects some of it. It doesn't look. Let's try this. Discard. It looks like it's got no contrast on it. Yeah, it looks like a totally different color. Nah, I didn't want to save that, damn it. Sons of bitches. Alright, we're just going to. This just has the auto correction. It's a little bit better. There's no subtleties on there. I've never claimed to be a good picture taker. Or, I'm seeing A and that's not what shows up. AI struggles with tanks, especially so many details. Sometimes symmetry will mess it up any accuracy. Yeah. How's this doing? Okay. I hate AI. AI is just more lies. There's enough lies that we have to deal with in the world. Okay, we have some kind of a tool there that looks like a mallet. That's how we're going to paint it. Big old wackadoo stick. Wackadoo, wackadon't. I hate Sunday. Sunday's that day that I always have that urge to have Chick-fil-A and go to Hobby Lobby. For those of you not in the United States, two places that are closed on Sunday. All right, well, let's get the old beige brown. I could use other colors, but I'm pretty happy using beige brown. had those days. I'm at the plaza where the Hobby Lobby is, but realize it's a Sunday. Yeah. Well, fortunately, every time I go to Hobby Lobby, I find less and less purpose to go in there. They don't have any models I want at all. Every Hobby Lobby has the same selection of models. Like, that's like a bummer. You find yourself in another town, like, oh, let me go stop in the Hobby Lobby, see what they have there. Nope, they're always going to have the same damn thing. That Tamiya Walker Bulldog in 1/35th scale, and so forth. I thought it was really cool that they had Vallejo paints, and they do, but they don't stock them. They're out of many of the colors, and they don't have the full range, as opposed to the Pussyfoot's Paradise that always has it open, has everything. And I don't mind going to Pussyfoot's Paradise. I just I want to get in and out as quick as possible. I don't like to linger in there. And Pussyfoot's Paradise is the name I give to this one particular gamer store that happens to start with a P, and is full of a bunch of sissies in there. If you cloned all the people in that store to build an army, I don't care who you're fighting, the other side's winning. You could be fighting, like, I don't know, a bunch of pacifists wearing paper bags. They're going to win. And I'm a pacifist, don't get me wrong, but, if you're going to, like, break into my house, like, I'm going to put up a fight, Not like open the door. Well, let me let him in because maybe he's misunderstood. Nah, that place is a little too. Yeah, that's a strange place, but they have a great selection of paint. Yeah, the full Vallejo line, the full game color line, and all the Army painter. So. Only kit in scale found is the Airfix 76 Sherman. They don't carry it anymore. At least they sell milliput. Yeah. Yeah, they don't carry that Sherman anymore. I thought about getting one. Other than it was in 176 scale, and it is an old kit. And because it's normally like a $10 kit, they do 40% off, so $6 for it. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. But. Pussyfoot's Paradise. I should look that up on the internet and see if there's actually a place called Pussyfoot's Paradise. Maybe I've got like this superpower. So speaking of superpower, I always had this. There's this word. There's this phrase, right? And this phrase is called "in cahoots." You're in cahoots with something. You're in. And I started thinking, I'm thinking that's a weird word, right? It sounds like a coffee shop in it sounds like it'd be like a coffee shop in Minnesota. So I decided to look up Cahoots Coffee Shop, and it's a fucking coffee shop in Minneapolis. Like, I don't make this shit up. Like, like I could have had the winning lottery numbers. Instead, I get that. I get the superpower to figure that out. So let me see if there's such a place called Pussyfoot's Paradise. The question is, would Pussyfoot be one word or two? It'd be one word. Pussyfoot Looney Tunes. Pussyfoot's Paradise. No, there's other variations or things I don't want to that I'm not interested in, but there's actually a Looney Tunes character called Pussyfoot. I did not know that. Oh, I kind of remember this. This was like a little cat that got in trouble and shit like that. Maybe I should go tell him, hey, you should change the name of this place to. The new generation has a problem with that P word. I don't. I think it's super valid, especially with lots of people that fit the bill now. Yeah, you could have a war with a bunch of lollipop salesmen, an army of lollipop salesmen. They would lick you real good. They would kick your ass if that's who you got to build them. Oh man. Got a little bit of metallic here. Okay, that's hidden. There is a searchlight up there on the Matilda, so I didn't realize that. I'm gonna go ahead and paint that as well. Well, I'll be off on my way. Got some model hunting to do. Catch you later. Model hunting, man. Where can you go hunt models? Well, on the internet. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Would have painted this at the same time that I did the other ones, but yeah, shit happens. Sometimes that shit happens to you. If you had to clone an army of people and you wanted to be like really wimpy, whose DNA would you use? Assuming that what you do for a living is in your DNA. Okay, because like for instance, and I just had a thought about this. I said, say an army of mail carriers. You know, assuming people that were mail carriers were like not kind of non-confrontational. Sit back a little bit. It's funny because I just had a thought about Toe Jam and Earl. Toe Jam and Earl is a game from the Sega Genesis from the early 1990s. And these two dudes, these two aliens that traipse around these different planets or levels, and they get attacked by all kinds of things that normally wouldn't attack people. Kid on a roller skates, that kind of stuff. I feel like there's somebody threw hot dogs or tomatoes, or so it was like non-violent stuff, but it was violent. So you're walking around looking for pieces of this alien ship or something something like that. And I want to say like there's postal workers was one of them. I could be wrong, but it just reminded me of that. Toe Jam and Earl. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, you're like, what am I on? I'm not on anything, unfortunately. Sega Genesis. Everybody I knew had one of those. I didn't have one. Couldn't afford one. Any Sega Genesis fans? My favorite video game of all time was on that. I don't know if I play it now, it'd probably suck, but Star Control, man, I loved Star Control. Loved me some Star Control. Yeah, back in 1982, that was some good shit. I meant 92. Did I say 92 or 82? No, 82 was Atari Land. Atari games suck compared to Sega Genesis games. Sega Genesis games at least have all the access to all the colors. The pixels might be this freaking big, but you had access to all the colors. I'm starting to get convinced that most of you guys that watch me are bots. You're waiting for me to say something that I have the freedom to say, but you don't want to give me the freedom to say. Okay, so these Tobruk tanks did not have any arm of service markings on them, so I'm not going to put any on here. And I'm really curious how this looks on the tank. So we're going to pop this guy off. Comrade Popov! And let's see how we're looking. It's funny because this color looks totally different now than it did when I first sprayed it, which is good because it looked terrible. This color as a base. That's how we've messed with it. So you spray this all in a color, I'm like, it's not gonna look like it's gonna be that, or hand paint it, you know. So, all right, we need to do some rustified things. We got some mufflers and so forth. Let's see if we can find some correct documentation of this stuff. Yeah, I wonder what happened on that post that I posted on, I don't know if you're still on here, on Ben's post yesterday that it didn't post. Either I fat fingered it or it didn't like that I used the word stupid. You know, I'm all for not saying stupid, but we need to get rid of stupid people then. If we get rid of stupid people, I no longer have to use stupid. All right, let's see if we can find some Matilda tank photos. Rear. And black and white is fine. I'm not sure what version of the Matilda this is. I'm not going to worry about that too much at this point. But this only has the tube going up one side, instead of it going up both sides. But the muffler's all rusty, and so is this tube that comes. It enters here and it does a little half moon. This was like the only 3D printed Matilda that looked good that was carried by this particular person. So, you know, if the Matilda nerds are going to come after me and go, that's the wrong mark Matilda, whatever. Blow it out your tailpipe. Marcus! Joined very late today. You're probably almost done, but the Matilda's looking good. Probably given my recent searches on North Africa. Tick's Operation Compass and Battle Axe series came up, so I'll watch both again. Any nuggets of information you could give me? I have not watched both of those. Tick, tick. There's one thing I hate about Tick. You ready? I can't listen to it. I gotta watch the video. You know, I can't just be like, let me paint and listen to Tick. I can't. I'll be like, oh, what's that on the video? Because moving a little, and when he's talking, the thing, I mean, it's brilliant. That's the way you do it. You know, but for those of you that don't know who Tick is, come on, man. You know, I found him from, I was watching some close combat videos, and he was a close combat player. That's how I found out about him. So. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with this Matilda is. Maybe it's the wrong mark for this, but is that really the case? I like him. I think he's might be fun to hang out with. Who knows? He seems pretty balanced too. All right. Well, you might not be everybody's cup of tea, just like I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Sucks to be you. What are you doing watching here then? I'm not gonna be. You need to be such and such for your audience. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be myself. Like, hey, that's my way of being different. I'm gonna be the person that I am, unlike everybody else. Okay, I'm gonna leave these brackets in the natural metal color, or the natural whatever. I figured they didn't heat up so much. That's what happens is this metal is really thin on mufflers, and it gets really, 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 really hot. And because it gets really, really hot, the paint that's on it bakes off. Now you have nothing protecting it from the elements. Not that the paint protected it that much. And it rustifies. There you go. There's your chemical class for you folks. Plenty of Matilda action. The only thing I did pick up last, I didn't realize the British used some captured M1139s. That was in Desert Fox video. Watch that one. You didn't know that? Of course, all their armor was shipped to Greece. Yeah, where it died a slow death. The 2nd Armor Division went out there. The 2nd Armor Division symbol's awesome. I mean, unless, you know, you don't like knights. Everybody likes knights, right? Well, everybody used to like knights, not by being, it's just the form of the patriarchy. Fine! Sit your fucking ass in that castle then! Leave it to rot. I went into this. I went to a dermatologist, not this trip, but the trip before. And I was, you know, I'm not Southern, but I'm from the South, right? So I'm getting ready to leave, and there's this lady coming up. You know, well, she looks like a lady. Anyways, it's actually an old hippie lady. That was the problem. And I come in, and I go out, and I hold the door for her. And she gave me this look like, you just de-empowered me. And I'm like, I would have done it if it was a dude. Like, that's just what you do. You have a sod project to finish up. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, send me what you got, man. Be well. Hope you don't get soiled on that sod project. See, there are ways to... My wife doesn't like me using that word, but I'm like, hey, there's all kinds of soiling things that don't involve pooping yourself. That's just a term that just has been manipulated. Like, why does it, you know, soiling yourself is pooping yourself? Like, why? Like, does dirt and mud come out of your ass? No. Then why is that called soiling yourself? You know? The 6th Royal Tank Regiment, you mean battalion, used captured Italian tanks in North Africa, painted large white kangaroos. I know, you guys have a hard on for me to do that. Well, it's the same thing about doing camouflage on Soviet tanks. Okay? You have to have a lot of green boring ass Soviet tanks before you do a one camouflage one. So you can't be like, oh, first Italian tank is ever painted, make it captured. Like, we can't, you know? Yeah, I'm not going to go down there. I don't even have any Australians painted. Like, we have to have some Australians so they can capture one and merit owning a captured vehicle. Got to earn it. This isn't like, oh, you showed up, you get a participation prize. They haven't even participated. There's not even any Australians yet. They're coming, and you're gonna blame Marcus. You're gonna hate that Marcus ever even sent me any Australians, because when I play with them, they're gonna have all those mannerisms that are, you know. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that picture, Jeffrey. I was looking for paint ideas. I didn't do that one. So tempting. Not as good as Tony. Yeah, we got to do those later. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know that I want to do one. I don't have a single captured vehicle. I don't want to do German tanks that are captured, Soviet German tanks either. They can just use a Soviet tank. If there's a scenario where they captured it, they could just, they can use that tank. Be like if I bought a pack of Valentines. I'll get Valentines eventually. I will say one thing. I do like the Valentine running gear, which actually has a lot of similarities to if it isn't the same, has a lot of similarities to the A9 and the A10 running gear. There's definitely some relationship there. So I need to see if he has access to another Matilda that has a fuel tank on it, and maybe find out that this is the wrong version of the Matilda that went to North Africa. I don't care. It's too late now. I'm super picky, so if it doesn't bother me, it shouldn't bother anybody else watching this. But yeah, I like Tick's videos a lot. He's probably the history guy that's on YouTube that I like the best. And now I know I haven't seen everybody. I thought you were going to make their FT-17 a German anti-power resistant. Oh, I didn't tell you what happened there. I found out that was a 15 millimeter miniature. It wasn't the right size. I was like doing the math. I'm like, this is really, really tight. It was 15 millimeter. So I gave it to somebody that does 15 millimeter. But I'm like, something's off on it. And that's not captured. They're still French using a French vehicle. Aha! I was gonna make it. I was gonna make it French. If I said I was gonna make it German, I'm sorry. I meant it was gonna be, French captured, which probably would have been a French vehicle was captured by the Germans that was captured by the partisans. Twice captured, once removed. Yeah, Tick's definitely my favorite, but I don't subscribe to that many history things. You know, there's just you know my only gripe with him. I only have one gripe with him is he ends his every sentence the same way. But there's things I do too that I'm sure annoy the shit out of a lot of people. And I'm sorry. I'm just God decided to make me this way. I'm just here for the ride. I'm sure there's lots of things that are annoying. Um, I really like Dan Carlin, but Dan Carlin takes a long time to get some episodes starting to talk, and he does a lot of these quote unquote crap all the time, and but his content is great, and he's a better historian than I'm ever going to be. I'm not a historian. Actually, I don't think he is either. I think he said, these guys are like, oh, I'm not a historian because I don't have a historian degree. I haven't written lots of books. If you're into history and you want to get shit right, you're a historian. You know, so have some fucking degree or something like that. That was created by people with fucking degrees. Okay. Yeah, 15 mil is a bit too small. I have some old Matchbox FT17s. Love painting hearts on one of them. Hearts are great, man. I'll probably do French vehicles at some point. Um, yeah, yeah. The froggies are cute, and I don't have anything against the French, as long as they're not fighting my Spanish, in which case they're assholes. But that's medieval stuff. We don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. Lindy Beige has been on this tear of like really weird stuff lately. Like he's trying to get more popular doing edgy shit. I missed him at Historicon. I didn't know about him when he actually came to Historicon one year and did a discourse on something about Hannibal. But that's the thing, if you're playing in tournaments at Historicon, you're playing back to back to back to back to back. You don't really have time to watch any of the presenters. But I like old Lindy Beige. I think he'd be all right to play a game with. I think most people would be okay to play a game with. The problem is if you have somebody that plays a game. I'm going to give you an example. There's this one guy that's a friend of mine who's a DBA player, and he's not from Florida originally. He's from a place where everybody's an asshole. And there's assholes in Florida, but they come from somewhere else. Um, there's assholes everywhere, but he's from New York. Okay, so he's got that New York dickhead crust on him. Okay? And we've been peeling that back when he realizes, hey, we play to have a good time and we play to be fair and we're not here to ruin your experience and we're all in it together. And once he kind of realized that, he's a great guy, But you can't be an asshole to somebody and wondering, why is this guy an asshole? Well, you're freaking feeding off of each other. You know? Like, you can't just be like, hey, there's no cheating, but then you do the cheating. Like, you can't have that. Okay? You can't have it both ways and wonder why stuff like that happens. So I think most people are. I give people a benefit of the doubt that there would be. I just assume people want to have a good time and laugh and stuff like that. Maybe there's some people for instance, whose life is miserable and their only way to like maybe have some joy in it is to play a game. So if everything doesn't go 100% correct, they're upset. Like, okay, well, there's no solution for you. You really enjoyed yesterday's scenario. I had to watch it again just to grasp the rules better. Yeah, well, I now I have my foot in the door of kind of understanding how some of that stuff is. So now we can do a little bit more complicated stuff. Like, that's why I wanted to go through that exercise of the T34. Like, okay, what do these numbers mean? Because, I think that some of the rules could be improved. I'm not trying to poo-poo the author. I'm just saying that, and I know he said that he has a new set of rules that he's thinking of update, but he said his update used D10 only. I'm like, well, I'm not interested in playing it. I don't want a 1 to 10 option. I want percentile. So, and it's not tournament, so I do whatever the fuck I want. If you don't like it, don't watch a video, Um, so I have to play something that I like for it to keep me going towards motivation of creating more things. I can't have a, well, you should play Phil Barker's World War II rules and paint things for it. I'm like, that is unmotivating to me to play something that has that's that vagueness. So, like I said in the video yesterday, I think it's really hard to create something out of the blue and come up with every scenario, every situation that can come up. He's actually come up with a lot of stuff. So, and I'm sure I got something wrong. I always do. Everybody always does. I'm just not afraid to show any. I'm not here to show you that I'm perfect. But I think that if you do that kind of an impact, you're going to be, and that's why I want to run the game. I don't want to play the game against somebody else. Like, I outdid you. No, I think you need to have some kind of a neutral party that could just go. That just doesn't seem right. That when somebody slams into them in a car with a vehicle at 30 miles an hour, that you're going to be all right. You're going to be jostled. I got rear-ended with somebody going about 5 miles an hour, and it's jarring. And I was wearing a seatbelt. It's freaking jarring. Well, you do the same scenario with terrain, then infantry. Well, the wife's coming. Yes, eventually. Yes. It moves slow. Did you watch any of it, Jeffrey? And I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm just saying that it doesn't appeal to a lot of people when it's like, man, will you just get on with it? I'm like, dude, it freaking takes a while. Especially if I'm looking stuff up. If I'm looking stuff up, it takes a while. When I'm not looking stuff up, it moves a hell of a lot faster. You know? And it's not a counterintuitive game, at least not counterintuitive to me. I think DBA is totally counterintuitive to me. I don't think that way. I think I'm pointing that way because that's where the game was. I was right over there. So, um, but I think it gives me enough of a understanding. I have enough understanding about the period for what I think that feels right or not. And I would think that most people would agree with me that are playing the period. Like, if I was playing with people, like, this just doesn't seem right that everybody would have been okay after that crash. You're going to be stunned, you know? So, but I'm not going to start changing stuff now. Like, let's see some other scenarios. Let's see some anti-tank guns. I mean, anti-tank. Let's see some anti-tank rifles, right? How is that handled? I feel like there's something else that should be rusty on here. Oh well. And we're going to do some brown drippings too. Ooh, don't get excited. They're just brown drippings. Don't soil yourself out of anticipation. And let's add a little bit. Do we have any white that's alive? It's alive! Just a little bit. You know, if you want to make your stuff look cool, you need to add the detail there. You need to add things there for your eye goes, that looks tasty. You know, give your eyes something to look at. Use little boy's room again. Yeah, I drink a lot of liquids. I don't have to. I could hold it, but it's uncomfortable. Be right back. As you play solo, it's easy to nuance the outcomes to match the narrative. Yep. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and right off the bat, before I even played, I've already found something wrong with it. You know, the crew, reality, the game does not trump reality. The game does not trump reality. So, not being in a tournament session and like, well, I know it's not that way, but we have to play it that way because this is a tournament. That type of thinking is just like out the fucking window. I am glad to be free of that. That is just stupid. It is just absolutely stupid. The crew designations on the Panzer Jaeger 1 was commander, driver. It just said CD. I'm like, nope. No, there's a third person. It's the loader in that. So I looked it up. Like, this doesn't seem right. And I'm sure I know why it's a mistake. It's a mistake from the carryover of the Panzer 1. The Panzer 1 was only a two-man tank. You had a driver and a commander that did everything else. So, it's easy to make. I make mistakes all the time. I'm going to continue making them, unfortunately. I hope I can live with myself. All right, let's use this soft tone, which is not exactly the same brown. No, you know what? Fuck that. We need to come up with we need to paint the name on this thing. All right, and I'm going to use German Camo Black as a base. We're going to mix some of that sand tone in it, because we want a kind of a charcoal background. Now this is going to be kind of tricky because I don't want to do it after the fact. So I'm going to have to try to guess how big of an area this is going to be. So, but just painting it on the same background, the white's it's not going to stand out. We need to darken it a little bit more. Maybe something like that. Maybe it doesn't have to be dark, but no. Gorgon, right? 6 letters, and the tank number. I don't even want to. How long is the tank? How long are these tank numbers? Is it 4 digits? About? It's like T plus 5. And they're in black, so I don't want them in the box. So here's what we're going to do. Is the T number in front of it or behind it? So many questions. Well, I don't want to second guess what I did, you know? Okay. That's the second half. All right, so we're going to go ahead and paint. Man, can I make the number that small? Well, I don't want to have to paint around that box. So if we're going to put the tank number, I could always put the tank number back here. Let's try working within this space. I'm going to paint this lightly. Ever so lightly. Okay, so we can do white on that. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. Just made an executive decision. I'm going to put the name here. And the tank number can go down here. It's going to be too difficult to get it in there. I'm not super thrilled to put a tank number on it to begin with, but I will. Who would you not want to play a war game with? I'm talking about people you play with. Who would you not? Who would be somebody that would be terrible to play a war game with? Well, any politician, any lawyer, that's for damn sure. I've played games with lawyers. They're a pain in the ass. We want to be able to see what the name of this thing is. All right, we're gonna need to get the blessed brush, the brush of blessings. let's use this little bit of black. I was like, man, I could just use the dark brown. And I could have, but let's just be consistent with making this gray first. All right, Gorgon. I think the name of a British cruiser. Starting in the middle. So we're doing all the verticals first. So once we have it this way, we can fill them in. Thank you, Mr. Stomach. Okay, we have at least the centering of that. I did it in the middle so I can eliminate some of that darkness around the edge if I needed to. Okay, we're going to do the same thing on the other side. The next town south of us, well, where I used to live, the next town south of where I used to live has a game store that's really good, actually. And what's really good about it is they actually have historicals, which is unusual. Now it's stuff for bolt action, so it's useless to me, but it's at least nice to see historicals there. And I went through there a month or so ago and couldn't find anything to buy because they have, other stuff, but I'm like, I don't need anything. Okay, we got this side too. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is go back to the original side, put more white in it, still have a little bit of gray, and fill her up. So much of this is controlling the paint flow. And I'm not pressing down on it. It's like it's just barely touching it. Just kind of get it to glide over it. And we're still going to clean this up. And we still have one more level of white to do. This is as easy. This is easier for me than writing a paper, but this exactly is the same thing. It just requires planning and taping once. And we're going to go really. We're going to zoom in there really big, and you can see how you kind of lay out where each one's going to be, and when you come in with the other numbers. Really looks pretty good. It actually looks even better up close than it does far away. It's really pretty easy to do, folks. Don't be afraid to try it. Okay, and we're going to trim that little dark color box in before we're done. Okay, let's go to the other side. So we're keeping pace in the same level. Oh, mas agua. Be right back. Again, it's a make-believe name, but it's a totally plausible name. I never did check for that. Oh, I did. I did check for that. Make sure that the right chat options on. All right, here we go. So, I thin all my paints. All right, I get them to the consistency that I want. Call that thicken them. I've had to thicken them a few times. But I don't like doing it with airbrushing because I'm wasting it somewhere else. I mean, I'm wasting it here, but I'm wasting so little. at this side. Now, let's go up to pure white. Now the only thing I haven't done before is reducing the color, is like reducing that box and make it look like it all blends together. But I got this. All right, and then we're going to come into the same thing over here. Now, really happy with that. Let's get this. Let's not do that. Let's concoct something here. Let's not use this. The holier than thou brush. I need to quit my day job. My Monday through Friday job is really holding me back. That's freaking crazy how close that is. I can't put this kind of detail in something and then play a game that's like vague. I just can't do it. It just doesn't seem fair. And I can't just, dip my way out of a paper bag. And we haven't even cleaned it up any. That's the way to do it. Not to throw it on top of of the sand color. It wouldn't have enough contrast. Wouldn't have enough contrast on it. Let's do the same thing on the other side. Fuck yeah. All right. Brown drippings. Let's get. Those are totally reusable. Let's get one. Let's get a clean palette. Literally. Soft tone. Oh, Jesus. How the hell is it 11 o'clock? That's what I hate about this hobby. Time goes by too quick when you're doing it. That's it. That's the only thing I hate about this hobby. not showing up. I mean, it doesn't have to be super bright, but do need to be able to see it. Oh, what's going on here? Maybe this one's too light. I didn't think it was. Yeah, I don't think it is. Nothing crazy, just a little bit, just a little bit. And only in select places too. Because these places have latches. Probably is an opportunity to rust up even more. And of course, you You gotta have rustiness where there's already rust above it. Too much, too much, too much. All right, now let's get crazy. Woo! Yep. Wer ist mein Pinweis? Besides is. Okay. Yep. Now, this has a little point on it. We're going to have to just take that off because it wouldn't survive anyways. And let's go ahead and put a divot in the center. That's going to help this get a purchase on it. We don't need to go very deep. Actually, we can't go very deep anyways. We need to go deeper than that. I'm not going to be able to go as deep as I'd like to with this. Maybe a tad more. All right, we're going to stop right there. Now, this is the guy that I was telling you. This is the picture I was talking about with the guys. It's obviously Desert Matilda, and the guy's wearing long sleeves. I'm going to go at least twice as tall as the turret is tall. So that would be... I think somewhere around here. Good, stay right there. We'll be adding the whip aerials. I'm doing it right now. Had your head down painting the deck on your second Armor Fast M10. Gonna do some mods. Also gonna try a hand-painted meme. Blitzy Buggy. Check out Chank Encyclopedia. Yeah. M10. Yeah, the M10's missing. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Yeah, you think the antenna should be bent a little bit? It's bent now a little bit, so that's probably about right. The Whip Antenna. I didn't realize they were from the south. Where is my super glue? I should be using epoxy for this, but might be too tall. Let me in my fucking phone. It's me, damn it! Nah, it's more than twice as tall as the turret is. So the turret is that tall. Yeah, it's right. It just looks tall. All right, Marcus. Wer ist mein Elmas? It's almost like I put flags on things before. Almost. Whoops. Fuck you. I'll cut another one down. That one was a little too big. It's fine if as long as I had two that were that size. Hey, why put one pen in when you can put two? By jingo! One's a little smaller than the other one. That's fine. I'm gonna cut this down a little bit. Hope I don't put any stresses on it. That now, unfortunately, the top of this is not. You know, that's a little better. Oh yeah, we're rolling right in. We're gonna finish this thing. This thing is, and we'll come back and paint that in a second. We're gonna paint this. We're gonna paint this lad first. All right, so he's got long sleeves on. Can he still have a light colored shirt? I hope so. All right, Google Foo. British. Tank. Commander. World War II. North Africa. Let's see what we got. Well, we got Monty. Okay, we're not doing Monty in this case. Let's do images. Okay, they're rolled up. That's fine. That guy's got a wetter. A wetter? It's got a wetter. He's got a sweater on. Gee whiz. All right, now here's where we're going to have to use our own executive power. Before we get into that, pale sand. Notice I'm not even using a wet palette anymore. Poppycock! Let's see if this is too strong to use on its own. I don't think so. I think we're okay. okay, this is taking forever, but I'm enjoying the living shit out of this. Just in case you were wondering. And I like doing stuff, what I call scratches. So, you know, there's some things that appear on here. Anything you can do to add more dimension levels of different color in there makes it really can improve the the experience of it. And these vehicles that have lots of interesting shapes really can be improved by just little things that you do. Let me check on one thing. Okay. man, this is fun to do. And it make this actually, the step is just kind of tying everything together. It's adding little imperfections of color. What color flag should I do, red or blue? I want to say I should add some blue to it. If it had a counter scheme, I'd use red. And we are going to do a counter. That guy's going to be a counter. You know, I'm painting this. I can't wait to paint another one. I guess that's a good sign of being happy. You're like, I don't ever want to see this fucker again. You know? Nope. I can't wait to paint another one. British tank color pendant. Oh, I see a white one and a red one on these guys. This one has two red ones. Well, maybe blue isn't a color. Let's not start adding stuff where it doesn't exist. All right, well, I need to break for lunch. I'm starving. So we're going to cut this one off. And then next time you see this, it'll probably be pictures of this online. But looks pretty freaking good. I don't know that I'm going to put a tank number on it. I think I'm fine not doing that. God, there's so many subtleties of color, and they're all lost on. Oh, there you go. That's a little bit better. Maybe I need to like aim the camera here and not at that. I'm not a very good picture taker. Will I be basing my desert rats? I will be, but I'm not in a hurry to do so. I feel like I lose a lot of momentum by doing that. Let's pull out the A13 out here, and hopefully I won't hate it. This is a 3D printed. Yeah, so it'll be on something like this. Definitely the desert vehicles. I feel like it adds something to the desert vehicles a lot. So, all right, folks. Well, thanks for stopping by. We'll catch you guys on the next one. All right, folks. Bye bye.